All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Please be seated. Good morning. Court officer, can you please call the case?
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case KSC BC 2020-05, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Salih, Mustafa.
Good, thank you. First of all, I will call the appearances. Try to do it shorter than the other days. Mr. Prosecutor, I think we are in the same composition as yesterday?
Yes, Your Honor, we are.
Okay, then we put that on record. Victims' Counsel, I see a slight change.
Yes, good morning, Your Honours, and good morning, everybody. The Victims' Counsel team today is represented by Nyomza Hachibachiri, Junior Legal Associate, and by myself, Anipusis Victims' Counsel.
Thank you, Victims' Counsel. And for the Defense Counsel, I see the same composition.
There is no changes, Your Honor. Just the only change is that Mr. Mustafa is on remote today.
Very well, thank you. Mr. Mustafa, does the connection work well? Do you hear me fine?
Yes, Your Honor.
Record, you are appearing before trial panel 1. Let me see. Yes. Could we usher the witness into the courtroom, Madam Court Usher, please? Mr. Witness, good morning and welcome to the Kosovo Specialist Chambers. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you well. Good morning. Yes, I did.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Witness. Before we continue with your testimony, I would like to discuss one matter in private session. Madam Court Officer, can we go into private session, please?
Your Honor, we're in public session.
Thank you. Mr. Witness, today we will continue with your testimony. I want to remind you that you are still under oath to tell the truth, yeah? And not to withhold any knowledge, yeah, that you have with regard to the questions that are asked to you. Yes?
Can I provide you with a request? I mean, I have this request and a clarification to make as well.
You can. What is your request?
Given that I have studied in another field, I ask your honors to provide legal counsel for myself in order for my rights to be protected and in order for him or her to advise me during the hearings here before your honors.
If I understood you well, Mr. Witness, you want to have a lawyer. You want to choose a lawyer in order to be given legal advice. Do I understand that well? For the testimony you will...
Yes. During the hearings here, I want to be represented. I want to have a legal counsel. This is what I asked for.
Okay. Yes. We will discuss it now by giving the specialist prosecutor's office and the victim's counsel and the defense the floor. But before I do that, you want legal advice on what?
I want someone to protect my rights, so that my rights are not violated while I am giving the testimony here in the court of law, and to provide me with advice, mostly advice.
You are here to tell the truth. Yeah? That's what you should do here. Yeah? Yeah.
It is true.
Legal advice on that.
Yes. I mean, for telling you the truth, I don't need advice because I'm under oath here. But I want to make sure that my rights are adhered to.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, we believe that the witness rights are amply protected by the panel, whose responsibility includes ensuring that witnesses' rights are respected. As Your Honor suggested, there appears to be no other reason why the witness would need to be represented by counsel. We certainly don't see any risk of self-incrimination here. So perhaps if there could be a little more clarity as to the reason why the witness requires to be represented by counsel here. We're not taking any position at the moment. We just wanted to put on the record that we believe the witness's rights are sufficiently guaranteed as things stand now.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. Victims' Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honours. Only a very brief remark. As well, witnesses can find themselves in very difficult situations, especially if, on the one hand, it is a testimony that links to clearly very troubling and perhaps also traumatizing events, which is something that this witness has made clear during yesterday's hearing, as well as the additional challenge of having to testify after 22 years on an event going back such a long time, and where there are problems, for example, in reconciling specific testimonies, it might indeed be useful to have legal advice on how to resolve such issues of, for example, overlapping memories of different forms of truth that can be in your memory. Memory is a funny thing. It changes, and it isn't a linear or it isn't a video or a picture that one can just recall, and therefore the task of giving a truthful testimony can sometimes be much more challenging than it appears initially. Just I am not entirely sure on what Kosovan domestic practice would be, but knowing from other domestic practices is indeed in a situation in which a witness finds him or herself in such a conflicting situation, practice to then, if the witness so requests, provide counsel to ensure that no risk of potentially not fully living up to the witness's duties does occur. With that regard, I think there is indeed a valid reason for the witness to follow his request. Thanks.
Thank you, Victims' Counsel. Defense Counsel, you have the floor if you want to give a reaction.
Yes, Your Honor. I think that if the participant, which is in this case a witness, requests for legal advice or legal assistance of any kind, then...
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I hate to interrupt, counsel. Could we ask, please, the witness to remove his headphones?
I think that's a good suggestion.
At the moment, yes.
Mr. Witness, can you take off your... Thank you. You were at the point that
yes.
you're saying that legal advice
yes,
would be
if a participant in these proceedings, either before or even during proceedings, would like to have legal advice or legal assistance of any kind for whatever his reasons might be, then I think such a request is basically always valid as far as the defense is concerned. So we have absolutely no objection against seeking legal advice for the witness. In addition, I would like to say that in practical terms, such things can sometimes be rather quickly resolved because we have duty counsels usually nearby. Now, I do not know what is the kind of legal advice or legal assistance the gentleman would like, but if it is any kind of advice regarding anything that can be resolved easily by his counsel, then obviously that would be preferable rather than that somebody needs to go through an entire statement of somebody in order to assist him. So it depends a little bit on that, whether we should either, if it would be granted, the request of the witness, we should take a little bit a closer look into the fact on whether these issues could be resolved on a rather short term, so that we can, for example, resume at a later stage during the day, or that it would be necessary to resume at any later stage, for example, tomorrow. It's just that if the witness wants to have some legal advice, I think it is always valid to do that. It will benefit, in my view, also the witness' confidence or expressing himself on any issue or whatever he might want to discuss. So I think, honestly, Your Honor, we have no objection against the request of the witness. It can be granted for our side.
I see the SPO standing. I was going to give a second round, so here you are.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Before I continue, could I please ask if the witness could be excused for from the courtroom? Because while he may not be proficient in English, perhaps he can understand a few words. And this, I feel, it's a delicate discussion. And with Your Honor's leave, I think it'd be more appropriate if the witness could be excused for a brief moment.
I think that is a good suggestion. I don't know what the proficiency of the witness is. Madam Court Usher, could you ask to ask the witness to leave the courtroom? I don't know if he has understood us now, so maybe he can put on his headphone and then I can tell him. Mr. Witness, we are discussing an issue that maybe it's better, we think it's better that you leave the courtroom for a moment and afterwards we will request you to come in again. Yeah?
That's okay.
Mr. Prosecutor was talking, and I will give you the floor as soon as you arrive.
Well, Your Honor, it seems to me that the issue, quite frankly, Your Honors, the issue here is that the witness feels that there may be consequences for a number of discrepancies that emerged yesterday during his testimonies from what he told the SPO and from what he told here at the panel under oath. And there are indeed legal consequences for that. But I think that the panel is best placed to advise the witness about that. And basically, the only advice the witness needs here is that he needs to tell the truth. This is not a complicated matter that requires legal advice, lengthy legal advice. There's no need to adjourn the proceedings for the witness to consult with a lawyer who essentially should just tell him what the panel told him, that he has to tell the truth. I see no reason at this point why the witness should be assisted by counsel. And I think it would just be a bit of a waste of the court's time. Now, if there is a reason, an additional reason why the witness would require counsel, then by all means, but this reason hasn't emerged with any clarity so far. So my position is that, and if it's just an issue of the witness being afraid of the consequences of not being truthful to the court, there is no need, at this stage at least, for him to retain counsel of any sort.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. My question would have been if the SPO could take a stand on this, or could take a position, and you definitely have now. Victims' Counsel, is there something you would like to add at this point?
Your Honours, I can only echo what the defence has said in this part. It might be something that is very easily done, and therefore it is usually always a valid question to ask for a lawyer. So thank you.
Good. Mr. Van Bonnet, Defence Counsel, please.
Yes, Your Honour. First of all, I think that the suggestion of the prosecution that this witness would have any kind of conflict of whatever kind, as far as his earlier testimony or his current testimony is, I do not see any issue on that. And I think that suggestion is a wrong suggestion from the prosecution. That's the beginning with. I'm not sure that in the light, and that is the second part that I would like to stress, in the light of prosecution at all, then it might be very well the case that on that basis we might hear something that is a topic that was not touched upon at all. And maybe regarding that issue, it could be very possible that the request is made by the witness. So, all to say, I'm always for legal counsel. Yeah, no, not because I am a lawyer, but it is. I think it's important for the proceedings as such that every party who is in this kind of trial is protected, and there's a clear request for the protection of his rights. Thank you very much. That concludes my submission.
Are the positions made clear? Because I'm not very strict in that aspect. If somebody feeds, we need a third round, we do that.
Very briefly, Your Honor. First off, a witness is not a party to the proceedings, so let's make that amply clear, unlike what counsel just suggested. Second off, there is no reason that has been made clear as to why, apart from some hypothetical perhapses, that why the witness in the middle of his testimony should be granted assistance of counsel for something which I maintain would be sufficient for the panel to remind him again that the legal consequences under the Kosovo law, the KSC law, for giving false testimony, unless the witness provides any other compelling reason, we oppose that now witness be given counsel.
Okay, that was already clear to me. My remark that I'm not too strict, only if there are new arguments. So
I'm sorry, Your Honor. That'll be all.
Thank you. New arguments? Thank you. I look at my right hand. If What we will do is we will adjourn. We will have a deliberation on this point. It's not necessary to bring in the witness again. However, I would like to ask the court usher to inform the witness that it's taking a little bit longer. That's the reason, because the panel is deliberating. And then, yeah, I cannot foresee how long it will take, but we will come back as soon as possible. Yes, we will go now first into public session. Madam Court Officer, could you do that?
Your Honor, we're in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. We will now adjourn the hearing. We will discuss the matter at hand. Madam Court Usher, please inform the witness that we will be taking some more time because we are deliberating, and we will come back as soon as possible. The hearing is adjourned.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. We resume the hearing. Madam Court Officer, could you please bring... no, please, Madam Court Usher, could you please usher the witness in? In the meantime, I note appearances and I see that we are the same group of people. Thank you for the record. Mr. Witness, welcome back.
Thank you.
I will now give an oral order. I note your request, Mr. Witness, and I have also listened, and the panel has also listened to the submissions of the party with regard to your request to seek legal advice at this moment in the proceeding. There is no legal basis in the legal framework of the KSC for us to give you a lawyer at this moment in time of the proceedings. However, you are free to seek legal advice of your own choosing outside the legal framework of the KSC.
I understand.
Now resume your testimony by the questioning of the Specialist Prosecutor's Office. And I remind you that you have to tell the truth and that you have to tell the court everything you know. And I also remind you that you said in your former statement to the SPO on part 7 for the record 061016TRET, page 5, that everything you said back then was correct and true and accurate. You confirmed that.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Mr. Prosecutor, you have used 2 hours and 8 minutes to be precise of your allocated time. You have the floor to continue your testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor. And please.
No, we are in public, just to remind us all. You know that, of course, but...
Now we also have that helpful light set on the bench that is a good reminder of that. Your Honor, yesterday you asked the prosecution to update estimates for the examination in chief. Should we be able to give updated estimates? And we don't foresee we'll be using the entirety of the 5 hours that would be allotted. I think that we'll strive to finish by this morning.
Okay, good. Thank you for that update.
And now I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask if we could move into private session.
Madam Court Officer, can we move into private session, please?
We're in private session, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Please, you have the floor, Mr. Prosecutor.
Good morning, Mr. Witness.
Good morning.
Now, I would like to resume where we left off yesterday, before the break. And I was asking you, yesterday we were discussing before we left off your conversation that you had the upstairs, as you called it, in the office that you were brought to from the stable where you were detained. Yesterday I asked you if you, and this is page 72, lines 2 to 12 of yesterday's draft transcript, Your Honors. I asked you if, after having been there for a number of days, you had taken the opportunity to ask the people upstairs if you could call your family. To which you responded that no, you did not, because your family was perhaps abroad and you didn't know where to find them. Do you recall saying that yesterday, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
So, Mr. Witness, let's now move on to the end of the conversation you had with the people upstairs. What happened once the questioning ended?
To what moment are you referring, Mr. Prosecutor?
I'm sorry. So you were taken up to the office in the from the stable. You had this conversation with the people up there, and then at some point the conversation ended. What happened next?
Once the conversation ended, we greeted each other, and I said this yesterday, I'm going to say it again. I had the impression then from their behavior that I was going to be released. They behaved decently towards us. I had no idea that they were going to send me back to the barn. The same person who brought me upstairs came and he returned me to the barn, and I was disappointed completely.
Now, after you were brought back to the stable, you told us that you remained there until the day of your release. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, I'd like to take you I'd like you to think to the day that you were, in fact, released, which may have been the 18th or thereabout. I understand that remembering the exact date might be tricky.
I don't remember this to this date. There is no reason for me to say 14th or 19th. I do not remember, and I was not in a state to think when I was released. I was a lost man. We didn't have any watches. We didn't know any dates. So there's no reason for me to say 18th or 19th. It is either the 18th or 19th, one of these two dates.
Thank you. Now, do you recall at what time you were released on that day? Was it the morning, the afternoon, or the evening?
It was midday, I would say, just before midday.
Do you recall what happened exactly? How you came to finally be allowed to leave that stable? for the Now, you just said that as you went out of the stable, from the other side of the courtyard, there was the yard, there was another buildings, and you thought that may have been a room where they kept people because there were many civilians. Did you learn there at the time where your hunch about that was in fact true, where there were people being kept in that other room?
I did not learn that. That was my impression, since I saw, even in front of that building, civilians. I saw people in the yard, and I thought, just like us who were on this side of the yard, they could have been the same as us. But I cannot be sure. I can speak about the prison where I was kept. But that was my impression, since they were civilians, and I've already told this to the prosecutor.
20 of these civilians at the time in the courtyard.
No. Maybe someone joined the group, but I did not talk.
Your Honors, could we please have part 5 of the witness interview with the SPO on the screen? And I would like to read out lines 3 to 10.
Madam Court Officer will provide for that. In the meantime, I can tell you that for now, if it's good for the parties and the Victims' Council and the witness, that we proceed till 12.
That's no problem for the prosecution.
And then we will have lunch, and I will tell you how I think to organize the afternoon. Please proceed.
Good. Page 10, please. Lines 3 to 10, if you can go. Yes, thank you. That's perfect. So, Mr. Witness, you know, we understand time has passed, so I'd like to try to refresh your memory about this, that moment in time. The prosecutor, discussing your release, asked you, and what did you see when you came outside? You stated, we saw the courtyard that I saw when I went there. I didn't know there were other people that came from the other stable, who joined us from the other stable. We were 4. And others from the other part of the courtyard joined us as well. And I believed that they were civilians. But they said, no, we were prisoners here. They told me.
Mr. Prosecutor, I did not say that. And I accept with the greatest responsibility that nobody from those civilian group did not say me that tell me that they were prisoners. There was a barn there. There was a great distance from where we were standing.
Is it your testimony here that you did not state that? Because one thing is to say that perhaps you were wrong in saying that, but another thing is to state that the record here is incorrect. And if that is your statement, again, we can go back to the video recording and check that. So is it your testimony today that you did not state that to the prosecutor?
Mr. Prosecutor, again, I'm very clear, Your Honor. I had the impression, and I'm saying it again today, that there were other people as well, civilians, who I saw there. And I'm repeating again today, I did not see them come out from a different barn because the distance was big. Maybe I was misunderstood by the prosecutor. I said that I had the impression there were two prisons. This was my impression. It is not my statement that there were two prisons, but this was based on my impression, and nobody can say that I said that somebody from that barn came and approached me. I think I'm being clear. I'm very relaxed here before you, and I'm not here to say something that is not true, at least not for me. Maybe it is true for the prosecution, but not for me. I saw a group of people, 5 or 6 of them, and they were civilians. That's it.
Here is clearly stated that you said, but they said, no, we were prisoners here. They told me. You are now testifying that you said to the prosecutor in Pristina that there were two, and I'm going to quote you, that there were two, let me see, two buildings that you thought that there were prisons, that there were two prisons there. Is that what you said? Not two prisoners, but two prisons?
Two prisons. This is what I stated. Two prisons, not two prisoners.
Microphone, for your honor.
Thank you. From the whole context, you were not talking about, if I read this record right, you say we were 4, and from the other part of that courtyard joined us as well. So you're still talking about persons, if I understand well. And I thought, I believe that they were civilians, but they said, we're still not talking about buildings. No, we were prisoners here. And I am trying to understand how this miscommunication between buildings as a prison and prisoners can happen. That I don't see. That from the context you were talking about buildings. From the context I understand that you were talking about people. Yeah? And I was not there. But I'm just trying to clarify this discrepancy between what I read here and what you're saying now. I'm here to understand, nothing more. I don't have a judgment on it, but I just try to understand. And do you understand that it's difficult from this context to see how it is that you were talking about buildings?
Your Honor, I don't know what interest it would be to me not to say the truth or to distort the truth. I will repeat it again. What I said was that when I left the barn, I saw other civilians. I stated this to the prosecutor. There was another building, but there was this great distance between the yard. But I stated that my impression was that there were two prisons in Slash. I did not say two prisoners. None of those civilians approached us to speak to us or to tell us that they were prisoners. Maybe one of them joined the group. I'm telling you the reality. Maybe there was a misunderstanding with the prosecution. I don't know whether they understood me correctly or not. But I'm repeating again that my impression was that there were two prisons in Slash.
I give the floor to Mr. Prosecutor. Please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Witness, you just added something that you never told the prosecutor during the interview. At page 20,
them I don't want to speak about these events. I want to forget this event. I've stated this to the prosecutor. Mr. Prosecutor, as a family, we want to discover what happened ourselves. We do not want help from anybody. The prosecutor is here and he can confirm that. At one point, the prosecutor told me, and that was a threat. He said that this can turn into a criminal offense. Your status of a witness can be reverted into a status of an accused.
To clarify a point, nobody, and certainly not the prosecutor and also not the panel, are threatening you when they say that from a witness you can become maybe a suspect of a crime. The only thing that has been taught is that you have been warned that you should not give a false testimony, because that is a crime within the jurisdiction of the specialist chambers. But if you tell here the truth, yeah, that is what you have come to do, huh? As you already stated, you have come here to tell the truth, and therefore you are here, and nobody is threatening you. But we always have to say to everybody who appears in this courtroom and in every other courtroom of the world, if you are a witness, you have to tell the truth. And if you don't say the truth, that can become a crime and you can be prosecuted for that. But that is not a threat. That is reality.
Madam Judge, can I explain myself, please? So the prosecutor is not telling me that I'm not giving an accurate declaration or statement. In the moment in time when I told them, thank you very much for your help, but as a family, according to the Albanian traditions, we ourselves are interested in finding one person that is responsible, because not everyone is responsible. Not the entire KLA is responsible. I want to find the person that has given the order for my prisoning.
We will continue now with the interrogation by the prosecution. Yeah. And
that's okay.
To answer the questions that the prosecution is posing to you.
Thanks, Your Honor. I'm grateful for that.
to go and take the dead bodies. And the Serbian column had killed them in distance, had shot them in distance. And we were so much feared that nobody had the courage of going and taking the dead bodies. So this is how we see them. We saw them lying dead on the ground in the street.
Microphone for Your Honor.
Lying there, and you have heard from somebody else that they had been executed by the Serbs.
Your Honor, what I'm telling you is true. Yes, it is true.
If I ask a question and you start talking again, then I don't know if what I said is right. Yeah, and then we can have misunderstandings. And
Yes, it's true.
okay. And the other thing is,
I apologize.
did you see that he was executed? Could you see some harm done to the person?
Are you talking about the ones that were killed? No, I didn't. I saw the blood, but they were executed probably half an hour ago, so they were wearing their clothes.
Give the floor back to Mr. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we're in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Yes, we are approaching 12 o'clock. We have consulted with the interpreters, and I can inform you that the sitting schedule for the remainder of the day will be slightly changed in order to make effective use of the time we have in court. And what we will do is we will now have a break, a lunch break, till 1 o'clock in order to also for the interpreters. So that means that we will have a little bit less time. And then we will have from this afternoon 2 afternoon sessions from 1 till 2:30. And then we will have a 30 minutes break. And then we will have another session from 3 till 4. So I hope that in that way we can use our time effectively today. Madam Court Usher, could you exit Mr. Witness? Mr. Witness, you will now have a break of an hour for the lunch. I hope you can get some rest for now. And then we will see you back at 1 o'clock. Okay?
I understand.
Understand.
Bye. Okay. Oh, and just one small remark for the prosecution's office. There was still one reference you did not give at a moment in time. At a later moment, if you could come back to that, just for the record, that would
Yes,
be
Your Honor. Would that be today? Today I mentioned the reference
yes,
at the
yes.
end.
So I think if you go through the transcript, you will see that you said you would give it afterwards. So.
We'll do that.
Okay,
Thank you.
Good. We will resume in 60 minutes. The hearing is adjourned.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. Welcome back. I will register appearances. I see the same composition. I see the same composition. No changes. Mr. Mustafa. Very well. Thank you. We will continue with testimony of witness 3594. Madam Court Usher, could you please bring the witness back? Thank you.
Your Honor, just maybe helpful for the parties to know that I won't have more than 5-10 minutes left.
Okay, good. Would you be able to proceed after that, Victims' Counsel?
Your Honours, we won't be posing any questions to the witness, so that if the defence is prepared, they may then proceed.
Okay, good. Victims' Counsel, will you be Defence Counsel? Will you be ready then, or?
Yeah, I think so, Your Honor. We will proceed.
Good. 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 We noted that. Welcome back, Mr. Witness.
Thank you.
You can continue with the examination of the witness. You have the floor.
Thanks, Your Honor. Before I start, I think that the reference I owe the panel is mentioned. Well, when I failed to give a reference, was page 21 of this morning's transcript. It concerned the witness testimony from yesterday about two masked people in the stable having told him that, having explained the reasons why other two detainees were there. And this reference can be found at page 33, lines 12 to 15 of the draft transcript of yesterday, the 12th of October, 2021.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Your Honor, could we please move to private session?
Madam Court Officer, could you bring us into private session, please?
Your Honor, we're in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Mr. Witness, the Specialist Prosecution Office has finished with the questioning for their part. I have been informed by the Victims' Counsel that they don't have any questions for you. And therefore, I will now give the floor to the Defense Counsel for the accused to ask questions to you. Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Defense Counsel, I was informed that you have 1.5 hours, 1 hour and 35 minutes, but you have seen how we deal with it.
Proceed. Yes, thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Witness.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Witness, I want to ask you, and I will move a little bit through the entire events as they have unfolded. But for you, it basically started at some point when somebody came to you and said that somebody wanted to talk to you, and then eventually you got on to a vehicle. That was the very beginning of your route to Salih. Now, you told about that journey with the vehicle, and at some point it got stuck and then started moving again, and at some point there must have been an arrival. And I want to speak with you about the arrival at that place. And the first thing is that when the car was eventually parked, how far was that stable approximately from the place where the car was parked? How long did it take to walk there?
3-4 minutes.
In your statement, part 1, that is, I go through the statements of the SBO. It has always the same reference number. I'll say it one time now, and then I'll refer to it as part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4. It's each time of the same statement. So the reference numbers...
Wait. Excuse me. Madam Court Officer, that will work for you, isn't it? Yes, I see her nodding.
That's fine.
Okay, so that's reference number 061016 TRET part 1. And in that part 1, I would like to ask your attention, Mr. Witness, for something that you stated in that statement. And I'm at line 8.
for your assurance, even if something goes out, we have with regard to your personal identification. Today there is no broadcast for the moment, and secondly, we have a 45 minutes delay. So you are protected from that point of view, and there's nobody in the gallery.
I have full confidence in the panel. I am sure that my name won't be known.
Okay, it was the arrival of you there where the car at some point stopped, and then...
Sorry, Your Honor, could we ask for a page reference?
Yeah, page 18.
Okay.
I said line 21.
Thank you.
And actually, it's line 18. And I will say it up to line 23, to be exact. Okay? So, the question was, and can you describe what you saw, this place or yard or house where you arrived? Can you describe it? And your answer was the following. I haven't seen anything because...
Mr. Defense Counsel, you want to help to refresh his memory on this?
Yeah, on this issue.
But
And
maybe
then
you
I
can
have
first ask the question.
I think it is more logic to do it in this way because it's a step-up question, so to speak.
Okay,
on
but
the
I
issue.
don't want you to
Sometimes-
read out before he has answered.
No. So, at that time, you stated, I haven't seen anything because I arrived there. I had no idea where I was going. It was a big yard. There was an old house, and I went behind there. This is just what you stated there. Now, my question to you is the following. In addition to this old house that you are speaking about, have you noticed any other buildings?
No. No. When I got there, I didn't see anything else because I went straight. I didn't look on my left, but I only looked on my right, and there I distinguished that old house when I entered.
To be clear, you distinguish on your right side an old house, and that was not the direction in which
Yes.
you were going. You were going to somewhere else.
No, it's true. There is where I was going because on the lower part of that house was the basement. So we turned on the right-hand side and then we got on the stable. So the stable was beneath the building, the house that I saw.
Yes?
Defense Counsel, I will come back to my point. I would have preferred to have first an open question, what did you see when you got out?
Yeah.
Then he could have answered, and if he didn't recall it, then you could have read out the
Okay.
house.
Okay.
Because now you have been giving him a kind of an answer already, what he stated then. And I want to
Yes.
state it, I want to hear him tell what he now recollects, and then you can help him.
Okay. Okay. You walked on that part towards that stable, and did you see any civilians there at that time?
No.
And was there any other moment in time during the time that you stayed in that stable? Did you see any civilians who stayed there or who lived there?
No, because we were locked. I didn't see.
what I understand is that even upon your route towards the stable, as I understand, you did not see any civilians or anything?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Stable where you eventually ended up, was that a stable, in your opinion, that was recently used as a stable, or has it not been used for a long time? What was the condition of that stable?
In my opinion, it was used for animals because opposite to the stable there was some hay 10-15 meters further, and we used that hay to put it on the floor. I asked them to allow us to get that hay inside and use it to cover the floor. And for the whole time there was this smell of manure. So my impression was that that location was a stable used for animals.
And was that stable connected to any other building?
No, above there was a ceiling and this house that I described seeing on my right hand side. So there was no quite a ceiling, but beams. But above you could hear noises. And I had the impression that this room where I was brought later on was above us. This room where I had the coffee. So I went out from the barn when I was taken there on the left, and then I again went left. That's why I had this impression that this room was above the barn where we were kept.
Just for a moment, that when you were taken out of the barn, going upstairs, was there at that moment a building that was next to it, or was there no building? What did the situation look like? Can you describe that?
Yeah.
When I went out, I saw that there was a large yard and that there was another building that was kind of attached to the yard. I saw this space and I saw that there were two houses within that compound. I don't know who was the owner of those houses, but there were two houses opposite to each other. I saw two houses.
Do I understand well that in the one house is the house where the stable was, and the other house is opposite?
Yes, opposite the house that contained the barn underneath.
I am now lost what the witness has said. So from the barn, if you would go out of the barn, what would you see?
That was the question.
If you went out of the barn, you could see nothing because there was this hay stack just opposite the barn. But if you would go a bit further up, it was an elevated area where I was taken to have that conversation with that. When I went to that elevated area, I saw it was a flat area, and that's when I saw that there was another house.
No?
Microphone for Your Honor. With the house where we were, there were in total 2 houses.
Defense counsel, you have the floor.
Was there any house or structure attached or nearly attached to the barn or to the house in which the barn was located?
I'm not receiving.
Yeah.
No, I didn't see any. I don't know.
In the barn where you were staying, was there any electricity?
Yeah.
No.
Could you see daylight in the barn?
Oh.
Yes, because there was a window. There were 2 parts, and there was enough daylight coming in to the room.
And could you watch outside from the barn through the window?
Yeah.
No.
Approximately how high would be
It wasn't a window with a glass. It was covered with timber, with wood.
But was it an open space or where you can look through, or was it closed because of the timber?
There were enough openings for enough daylight to come in. Those were old wooden planks. You can imagine it was a window for a place where animals were kept.
Now, you just said that there was one other house opposite the building in which you were located. And my question was that that other house, was that the house from where eventually, upon your release, you saw the other people coming?
When I was released, I did not see where they came from, but I saw civilians near that house. I saw 3 or 4 persons in the courtyard. I don't know from where they came out, but they were civilians.
And you told us that you were standing there at some point and somebody came and gave you some cigarettes upon your release.
Defense counsel, we would need to have a reference to the transcript for that. And if it's not now, at a later moment, but...
I'll do that at a later moment because I think it was this morning that we did that, but I can't get it now. But upon your release, you told us this morning that you were standing there with some people and that somebody came to you and gave you...
Wait. I see the point the colleague is making. It is important to have, because now it's a little bit longer, so we would like to have the place where it was cited, because then we can look with you if it has been.
Reclassified.
I don't remember. I don't think so. I didn't look. If there was one, then maybe behind the house, in the opposite side of the house, that is behind the house. In front, I didn't notice any.
The Mr. Mustafa anymore? Did
Oh.
we lose the connection?
I think it's our lucky day today, Your Honor.
What can I tell you?
Microphone for Your Honor.
Mr. Witness, we lost the connection with Mr. Mustafa, and we are trying to reconnect. I was informed that if it's our lucky day, we only need 2 minutes more in order to reconnect with Mr. Mustafa. Let us see. Okay. Welcome back, Mr. Mustafa. We are seeing you again. Do you hear us? Or me?
Now I can hear you, but there was a technical problem earlier on and I could not follow what was going on.
Mr. Mustafa, we noticed that, but we didn't continue with the hearing. So you did not miss anything. So we will now proceed. And you are hearing us fine.
Yes, for the moment, yes. Thank you.
Defense counsel, you may proceed.
This doesn't work. And this computer doesn't work.
Can we maybe verify if Mr. Mustafa is alone?
It's clear. It's better that you don't proceed. Mr. Mustafa, is something not working at your side?
Computer.
Yes, the computer where the transcript is shown is not working.
We will wait till we get a signal that it works.
Now it's fine. It's come up again. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Please raise your hand if something is not working. Okay. I think we can proceed now.
Now we understand each other, Your Honor. We can continue.
Defense counsel, I hope you have the floor.
I was just wondering whether Mr. Mustafa was alone or not. I just have the feeling he's not. I'm not sure.
Excuse me, I didn't.
Is Mr. Mustafa alone there?
Alone, or I didn't hear you.
Yeah.
Mr. Mustafa, are you alone in the room?
Yes, at this moment, yes. The technical staff was here fixing the problem and now they left.
Very well. Thank you for that information. Defense counsel, I think you may
Thank you very much,
now.
Your Honor. Upon leaving the place where you were, Mr. Witness, did you have to go through a particular gate or?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Did you have any sense of direction in which direction you would need to go, or?
We had no idea how long it would take us. I don't remember at all. We only knew the direction. That was all.
Mr. Witness, I stay in the place where you were kept. That is where I want to speak about with you. At some point, you told us that you were taken upstairs. And there were a number of people there with whom you had a conversation. Correct?
It is true.
Please, your mic.
Among these people, were there any women?
No.
Was there in that place any electricity?
Yes.
And where did that come from?
I do not know. I saw the lamp in the ceiling above.
Okay. And that ceiling, how high was that approximately?
I do not know. That was not something that I was impressed by. It was not very high, and I had no intention to see the ceiling when I entered the room. So they offered a chair for me to sit, and I sat. It was like a village house. They were the old houses, I mean the houses that were built in the past, and usually their ceilings are not very tall.
Mr. Witness, I understand that. And if you compare that to the stable where you were, could you give an approximate idea about how high the ceiling was in that stable where they were keeping you?
I think it was the same. I don't think the ceiling in the upper floor was higher.
Was there any water coming through any place in that stable?
No, not at all. So only when it was raining, but even if it was raining, there was no water coming there. So it was not cold either. It was warm.
With how many people approximately were you at the maximum in that stable?
Are you asking how many people could stay there in the stable? Is that correct? Is that the question?
My question is, with how many people in total were you included in that stable?
So once we were 5 persons, and then it was 6 of us there.
I take it, Your Honor, that we're still in private session. And that is? Yes. So, no, there's no red light, but and later on that younger person came into the stable. That is correct, isn't it?
Yes.
For the 6 of the people that you were together with in that stable.
Mr. Defense Counsel, you say younger people.
Younger person.
Younger person.
I
think it's better to specify because.
No, I'll just.
Because I don't think it's specific enough because we could have a confusion on this point.
Okay. 6 when another person came into the stable, and what was his name? Shave yourself. What kind of place was that?
It's the place before you went to the juncture. So from Zlash, it was closer to that road juncture where we joined the column of people.
Do you know Fatmir Humoli?
Yeah.
Humoli.
No, I do not know him. I've heard of the name, but I don't know him.
And the people where you could shave that place, what kind of place was it? What was it used for?
So there was this point of the KLA there. It was a very small area of the KLA.
Were in that place, that small place?
4 or 5 persons. This is how many people we met.
Were they KLA soldiers?
Yes.
Particular insignia that you recall?
Yes, they had insignia, and I knew them because we have been together, from the beginning of the war. So they had the uniforms of the KLA, the usual uniforms of the KLA, but they were not wearing any masks.
And if we go back to the meeting that you had with the people upstairs from the building in which you were held, the people with whom you had that conversation, did they have any insignia?
They had KLA uniforms. They were not wearing masks. Like the color of the KLA, green color. That was the color.
Is that entirely green?
There was the eagle here as well. So there were the insignia, the emblem of the KLA as well.
Any particular letters on the clothes of these people that you met in that conversation?
No. They were all the same.
Do you know if they were from any particular unit?
How could I know? I do not know. I don't think so.
Have at the time any idea how the KLA was organized in that area?
Yes.
And what can you tell us about that?
Your Honor, we are now in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Mr. Witness, as announced earlier, we will now have a break of 30 minutes. The court usher will assist you in leaving the courtroom, and we will see each other back at 3 o'clock. Okay?
Okay.
Good. Half an hour break till 3 o'clock. The hearing is adjourned.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. Welcome. Let us start with appearances. I see everybody the same. Yes, noted. No changes. I will ask Madame Court Usher to bring in the witness, please. Thank you. Mr. Defense Counsel, I note here that you have been using 1 hour and 10 minutes. I was informed that the external web stream is working again. So that means that finally we can be broadcasted again. Please. Welcome back, Mr. Witness.
Thank you.
Continue with the testimony by the Defense Counsel. You have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would like to have a point of clarification of the witness on a part of his statement, which is part 5, page 22. And I will go from line 10 to line 20. Mr. Witness, you had an interview with the prosecutor on the 27th of June, and at some point in that interview, the question...
Defense counsel, excuse me, are you aware that we are in public, just to be sure?
May I briefly go into private session?
Of course.
Because I would like to have some guidance.
Madam Court Officer, could you please bring us into private, please?
Your Honor, we're now in private session.
Thank you, Madam
I note that in line 17 there is a person mentioned. However, that person is deceased. I do not think that is somebody who is falling into any particular part. But for the sake of, you know...
I would say, in case of doubt, let us stay
okay.
in
so we go in private session.
If
okay.
that is okay with the prosecutor.
That would be our preference, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. So, Mr. Witness, that was a statement that you made on the 27th of June. And I would like to read you something, just to give you an idea. And then I would like to ask you a question for clarification on this, on an issue. The question was asked to you, all right, so you are still looking for justice. And then your answer is, do you know these people that were killed from KLA? People are sending me words. They are saying that the person that's given the order for you to be imprisoned, he's dead now. And then the question was asked,
About slash at large. I'm talking only about that particular house where I was detained. I don't know about other places where other commanders might have stayed. I'm talking only about the house where I was detained. Not all the zones had houses with barns below. Every staff, KLA staff was housed in private homes, which means because the other facilities in Kosovo, vital facilities, were occupied by Serb forces. But the KLA was housed, accommodated in private homes, as the one that I was detained.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point we have no further questions. I thank you very much, Mr. Witness.
Thank you, Defense Counsel. Madam Court Officer, could you bring us into a public session?
Your Honours, we're back in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Mr. Prosecutor, do you want to continue with a redirect examination?
Your Honor, we do have a bit of redirect. I trust we'll be able to finish within this session.
Okay. My question would be that we finish really some minutes or before 4. That I agreed with the interpretation that we really would not go over 4 o'clock, but tomorrow we still have a whole day. So,
Your Honor, I think I might be able to conclude before 4.
Okay, good. We will see. Good. You have the floor, and we are now in public. Mr. Witness, the prosecution will now continue with some further questions. Bear with us a little bit more.
Mr. Witness, I don't have a whole lot, don't worry. I just have a few questions, and I hope I'll be finished pretty soon. Now, defense, during the cross-examination by defense counsel, Your Honor, I'm sorry, we're going to need to go to private session. Yeah.
Madam Court Officer, could we please go into private session?
Your Honours, we're now in private session.
Please proceed, Mr. Prosecutor.
During the examination of by defense, cross-examination by defense counsel, you discussed, you were asked a question about being approached by people who suggested a dead person may have been responsible for what happened to you. And now, do you recall that just happened? Your Honor, I don't have the reference readily available, but it happened a few pages ago. Now, I just want to ask you if this is the same, if these were the same people about an episode or a number of episodes that you told the prosecution about during your interview. And Your Honor, could I please have part 6 of the witness's interview with the SPO, so that would be 061016 TRT part 6 on the screen, page 8. And towards the end of the page, yes, that will do. Now, you said, and when were you So you were approached on a number of occasions by people. And were you alone or with other people when this happened?
No, when I was with someone else, this didn't occur, only when I was alone. Otherwise, nobody dared approach me. When I was alone, having a coffee, this happened. And I always took it as a provocation. I didn't fall in this trap. And I didn't say I was detained. I either stood up or they stood up and left. I told them either go away. If they didn't stand up and leave, I left. And I had similar provocations on 3 or 4 instances.
And do you recall, by and large, in what period of time these provocations took place? I don't want the months, but perhaps the year.
Usually, it was after 1 or about 2 years after what happened that this happened. Then, after the first 2 years, I did not have any more such provocations. So, from 2000 to 2001 or 2, 1.5 or 2 years, this happened when I had such provocations.
During this time, did you form an opinion as to what these people, as to what the motive behind these people approaching you was?
The motive, in my opinion, is that among them there might have been even the person who has ordered this, to know for sure that I didn't recognize him, or he might have sent them to find out whether I had any suspicions. I didn't give any names. I didn't want to talk with them. This is why, and this is my personal opinion, because I never summoned them, never asked them to come over to my table. I never asked any help from them. I never asked any explanation from anyone during these 20 years as to who did that. If I find out, I have declared also to the prosecution that I am interested, along with my family, to find out who was the person who ordered my imprisonment.
Now, so if I understand you correctly, the impression that you formed over these couple of years where these 2 or 3 meetings happened, where people were asking you these questions, was that they were trying to test whether you had somebody in mind, you had any suspicion about who could have been behind that, and you were perhaps ready to accuse somebody about that. Is that the opinion that you formed?
Yeah, but they were searching for that name. I mean, that was the impression that I was left with. And so at every occasion, they asked me, tell us who the person was, because we are ready to go and take revenge on your behalf. Just tell us who the person was.
Thanks, Mr. Witt. Mr. Witness, do you recall
Your Honor, we're now in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. It's now the end of the day in court. We will continue with the questioning of the witness tomorrow at 9:30. Defense Counsel, could you inform the panel how your client will be participating tomorrow?
He will participate remotely, so via the video link.
Thank you for that information. That is noted. Mr. Witness, thank you very much for your time today. Tomorrow we will continue some more, but I foresee that we will be finished tomorrow with your questioning. Let me remind you that you should not discuss your testimony with anybody. Do you understand that?
That's it.
Yeah.
Totally.
And we will see you again tomorrow. Is that clear?
If I'm this.
Thank you very much.
Please accompany the witness out of the courtroom. Good. I look at the SPO, the Victims' Counsel, and the defense consecutively to see if there anything else you would like to raise with the panel for now.
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, I see the Victims' Counsel nodding. Defense Counsel.
Your Honor, we have nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Good, this is a very good timing. Thank you for that. I thank the parties and the Victims' Counsel for their attendance. I thank the interpreters, the stenographer, and security for assistance today. The hearing is adjourned. We see each other tomorrow at 9:30.
All rise.